Hello everybody, welcome to Sapsucker Woods. It's about, I think it was 55 degrees last I looked, somewhere around there. And it's cloudy and maybe a slight breeze, I don't know. There are birds around. Hold on one second. What else? Now I've seen Canada geese, American robins, northern cardinals, black-capped chickadee. No, I didn't hear black-capped chickadee. I'm sorry. Dark-eyed junco. I heard those. Common grackle, red-winged blackbird, and and a crow. That's just about it, I would say. Let me just tend to something. Do a little bit later. Anyway, let's get out and take a walk, and we'll see what we can see. I don't know if there's going to be all that much in the woods here today. There are a lot of cars when I arrived, not quite as many now. So, and I didn't see anything, it didn't look like there was any particular event going on in the lab. Then again, maybe it had ended or something, I don't know. But, I was a little bit surprised to see this many cars here. All right, I'll be right with you. I forgot that I have also heard song sparrows singing. Many birds are singing. Oh, here's a little bit of wind. So I hear red-winged blackbirds right now. Sorry about the delay here. And again, welcome to Sapsucker Woods. Let's take a walk. Might not be a long one, but we'll see. Few buds on the trees here and there. That's a red-winged blackbird you're hearing sing. See a mourning dove and a red-bellied woodpecker. That's the red-bellied woodpecker. Oh, I just heard a belted kingfisher. Dark-eyed junco right there. It's a type of sparrow. I'm hearing a robin sing in the distance. That's a red-winged blackbird. So is that. And mourning dove. Oh. We're going to move on. In the distance on the pond, there's a Canada goose there. And did I see something else? Maybe not. Oh, common grackle, hold on. Oh, it flew away. Here's a northern cardinal, a male. I haven't seen a red-bellied woodpecker at my feeders lately. You know, it could be I'm just not looking out at the right time. And the downy woodpeckers, they've had a hard time getting in there because the grackles and the starlings have really taken over. And it's hard to Hard to get in there. Oh, I see. Oh, hooded merganser. Close. Two of them, male and female. Again, hooded mergansers. Male on the left, female on the right. Those are hooded mergansers, if anyone's wondering. The two ducks that were just there. Okay, hold on a second. I'm gonna make some adjustments. I think I'm hearing a white-throated sparrow. The hooded mergansers are out of view. I don't know where they are. Okay, let's hit the trails, I think.
Do you want to look out for anything in particular?
No, just I'm a regular here, so I'm looking for anything and everything. And I'm streaming live, by the way.
Oh.
Good luck. We're hearing a northern cardinal sing. Also hearing a frog. think I see a kingfisher. Oh, oh, there were two, I think. And I may have just heard a downy, I'm not sure. Hold on. Oh, those are woodpeckers there. I think. I hear a belted kingfisher, but I'm not sure where it is. I love to see hooded mergansers on smooth water. You know, I think like we did just a few minutes ago. It's just, I think they're beautiful. Then again, you know, many of the ducks really generally, and you know, any of the waterfowl, they look beautiful when they're swimming on smooth water. I hear a black-capped chickadee. Was that a northern flicker? Maybe not. Song sparrow. Mourning dove in the distance. Song sparrow again. Black-capped chickadee. This thing is not behaving. Lots of singing around the pond, I would say, but nothing, not really hearing anything here in the woods. just heard a downy woodpecker, faintly. And a red-bellied woodpecker. Pretty quiet around us. I think that might be a northern flicker. Hearing northern cardinals as well, a couple of them. I'm going to put my gloves on. My hands are getting cold. Believe it or not, let me set you down for a second. Oh, what's with this thing today? Not cooperating. See a robin. It's not cooperating. There it is. I thought it might be a quiet walk today. We've had a few lately. Oh, there's a red-bellied somewhere. Red-bellied woodpecker, that is. And another one. In that direction. I hear a crow. There's some people over there by the bench, but I might see something from here on the water. It looks like it might be common merganser. Oh, sorry. There we go. Nope, I was wrong. Canada geese there. You might say, how could you be so wrong? Well, all I saw were the white patches there on them, and I thought maybe we were seeing a male common merganser, but then having a closer look, you can see they were Canada geese. And, you know, this time of year, it's kind of expected to see male and female common mergansers here. Not necessarily in huge numbers, but usually in the spring we see at least a few. In the distance we're hearing a red-bellied woodpecker, but we were just looking just now at a red-winged blackbird male. I have not seen a female this year. I don't know when they arrive. hairy woodpecker, if I'm not mistaken. But not much else going on here. If it's still in view, we may have a Canada goose in view, and that's it. Actually, I don't see it, so not much going on here, as I say. You did see the turtles, though, and there was another turtle over there. Oh, are those the mergansers again? A couple females, I think. Looks like it. So there are at least 3 females. Well, actually I don't know. There are at least two females, because that could be, we might have just seen the one that we saw earlier again, and the male is somewhere also. Anyway, let's continue on, I guess. Like I said, it might be a short walk here today. Always good to see the mergansers, though. I really like looking at them. Now, as for the hooded mergansers, and being here, usually do see them in the spring, and I think usually in the fall also. But the last couple of years, we've seen, a mother and her ducklings. And, unless one remains, unless, a mother remains to have her ducklings here, unless they nest here, I don't think we usually see them in the summertime. And that's true of many of the duck species that we encounter, in the fall, winter, and early spring. We see them, often in good numbers. And then when summer hits, you look around and you're like, boy, I haven't seen any of these species. Well, they're not around. And, like the duck species redhead, I remember a few years ago, they were being reported in the spring because they were considered rare for the area. This was in Montezuma, and there were 2 mothers with their ducklings. Again, that was considered, unusual. Someone ahead of us was on the bridge. He was looking at something. Maybe not a bird, but That's pretty neat. That's just about it here. I don't see anything else really. Have to walk carefully in this area. Hearing common grackles and red-winged blackbirds. Starting to get buds here. Oops, sorry. And even some flowers, whatever they are. Now we did have some warm weather this week. It's cooled down a bit for today. And there's a chance of some snow coming, is it next week, I think? I doubt it'll be much, but if anything. There's a Canada goose right here, and I think you can see it. Let me just zoom in just a bit. And you might wonder, what's this goose doing here? I've seen there's another Canada goose over here, and I'm guessing That's a nest. Just a guess. Hello. Good luck. Good luck. Just looking at that goose, I know we didn't do close-ups or anything, and partly because of the angle. It would have been difficult for me to do that, just because of how close it was. But the Canada geese really are beautiful. They really are. I'm going to sneak through here, I think, just because it's so muddy there. They really should, I think they have before treated it, but they need to put like some rocks or something. Hearing a belted kingfisher. Maybe two. We're heading to the car. I was hoping we'd have better luck. It wasn't too bad, but I was hoping we'd see more. Hold on a second. Have these cushioning pads on my tripod because when I carry it like I'm carrying it right now, it's kind of uncomfortable. It digs into my shoulder, so I'm trying to make it all easier for me. And the pads aren't staying where they are supposed to stay. So it's a work in progress. Today things are just not cooperating. All right. By the way, I just heard a tufted titmouse singing. Let's get situated here. Give me a moment if you would. We saw some people out on the trails, but not that many. I just checked my phone very quickly, and I saw the chat room looks like a warmer day. And today's 50. It's, according to my thermometer, 54 degrees right now. We'll see if that changes as we drive. I don't believe it's going to get all that much warmer today. Oh, you're kidding me. Sorry. Have to fix something that's fastened with Velcro. Doesn't normally happen, but Velcro's great, and sometimes it's not great. The fact that it can, adhere to a complementary piece, that's great, but sometimes you don't want them to adhere. Maybe you're trying to let's say move something, or move something into like a pouch or something, and all of a sudden it seals up when you don't want it sealed up just yet. I have a jacket that has a flap that covers the main zipper. And, the flap adheres with Velcro. Great. But sometimes, you're just trying to deal with the zipper itself or whatever, but the flaps have already, the two sides have already connected, and you have to separate them, then zip, then deal with the Velcro. Why am I telling you this? I don't know.
And the count goes to 3 and 2.
Hi, Samson. Welcome to the Cornell campus. Temperature's reading 57 at the moment. Just saw, was that a robin? I think so. Yes, robin. Maybe we'll have some luck, maybe we won't, I don't know. We'll do our best, that I am sure. Campus seems quiet, but maybe no surprise. Tomorrow being Easter. I see a turkey vulture on a dead tree, yes, to our right. I can't show it to you, I don't think. What I don't know is, I don't believe Cornell gives any special time off or anything for Easter. Or Passover, and Passover is we're currently in Passover from what I understand. But so I don't know if and I don't believe Cornell gives extra time, so I don't know if everyone just, I don't know, hurries home and comes back or what. But the campus does seem quiet. It was quiet last week too. I'm not complaining. It makes it easier for us to get around. A lot easier. I know, looking out my own window at home, I've been seeing robins gathering grasses. So it looks like they're working on their nests already. At least some of them are. Maybe I should have gone where we saw Arthur last week. Since we were already near that intersection, or actually we passed through the intersection, a tough one. what was that? Oh, killdeer. A couple killdeer just flew by. I wasn't sure what they were, just by their shape, but I heard one. It's a type of shorebird, but you see them in many places other than, water areas. I did see a couple of killdeer myself earlier in the week also. I think I heard one several days ago, and then I actually saw one or two in the air. Not well, but I saw one or two in the air a couple days later. Behind, in the near Rice Hall, I did look up at the nest, and I could kind of sort of see some feathers, tail feathers, I think. At least that's what I believe I was seeing. But just like last week, we didn't have a view of anybody in there, in the nest. I don't even know who it might have been. I did check earlier this morning. I checked the nest cam, and when I did, Arthur was in the nest. see Arthur here. We had luck the last 2 weeks finding him in this area, but not today so far. But well, who knows? I haven't looked everywhere yet. See a robin. Did she just take off? I think she did. But she seemed to have something in her mouth, like some nesting material, if I'm not mistaken. No, wait, wait. No, no. No, we just heard this. Canada geese on Baby Lake. Hold on. Oh, I think I just saw a common merganser also, but a dove. More common mergansers, a couple males. And possibly another one. Hey, Robin, away from the road. Oh, no, 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 no. See? Stay away from the road. I hear a starling. Just look around from here. The simplest way would be to wait near the nest and just wait for someone to come. But we don't know how long that would be. I see something in the air. Hold on. I think it might be a gull. I would say it is. Okay. We're only going to look around for a little while longer, and then we'll take a break. Might as well check here again. sign of him. I assume Big Red is on the nest, not Arthur. I just heard a house finch. Well, let's see if we can have a look in on the nest. Never know. Might be able to see somebody. sure if we're going to be able to see anything. I have a feeling we won't, but let's give it a try. Oh, come on, wire. Hold on. I think you can see just the top of whoever's head. That's it. And nobody else has come into our view. So I think we're going to take a break, and we'll restart at somewhere around maybe 4 o'clock, somewhere about there. Maybe a little sooner, maybe a little later. Message. Okay, I think you hopefully got the message. Hello everybody, welcome to Montezuma. We are outside of the visitor center, and which is closed for the day, but it was, I believe, reopened, and Wildlife Drive is open, and we're here to go on Wildlife Drive for the first time of the season. It is 60 degrees here. I had forgotten that the high temperatures were predicted into the mid 60s. But 60 degrees right now. I don't know how warm it may have been earlier or later or whatever. I have seen some Canada geese, some northern shovelers, some mallards, possibly some green-winged teals. I wasn't sure. And that's about it, I'd say. To this point, welcome, welcome. Let's see what we can see. Now, with the visitor center closed for the day, I have not, talked with anyone inside. So if there's anything special going on or whatever, anything out of the ordinary, I don't know about it. I have seen robins, and I just heard what sounded like, I'm not sure what it was. On my way here, I saw a number of ospreys. Various osprey nests are now occupied. So no surprise there. They're getting right to it. And like I said, Wildlife Drive is open. Welcome to Wildlife Drive. I think I'm hearing a red-winged blackbird. Could that have been a female? No, maybe not. No signs or anything to, continue moving, so maybe nothing's been, no one's been nesting in the area. Robin there, and I'm hearing a red-winged blackbird oh, there, I think. Sure, I've missed Wildlife Drive and what we can see here, but it's not like it's been from a missing Wildlife Drive perspective. It doesn't seem like we've been away all that long, and maybe that's because we have been seeing other things elsewhere over the course of winter. Hold on a second. I don't remember. Was it that tree? Might have been this tree here that had the great horned owl nest last year. Either that or else it may have been this one here. But I don't know. Not seeing anybody in either location, so we're going to keep moving on anyway. It does. Oh, these signs look like they may have been left from last year. No parking or standing, and they were, I think, put up because of the great horned owl nest, and they didn't want people disturbing the nest. So that's an eagle we just heard. Don't know where it is, but heard it very clearly. Oh, by the way, I did see on my way in also, in the tree that usually has the pigeons, there was also a red-tailed hawk there, kind of sort of with them. Oh, 2 eagles. And the nest. Okay, hold on a second. This is probably why they don't want standing. Let me just give you a quick look. Okay, we're going to move on. It's tempting to stay and look at them. But we weren't getting a great view from there anyway, just with all the twigs and things in the way. So, quite honestly, I don't know if that's the best I've seen that nest, I think, to date. I believe in the past we haven't had a good look at it, and not that was a great look, but seeing the bald eagles right there, right next to the nest, was kind of nice. Red-winged blackbirds. And we're also hearing frogs. I believe the bald eagles were also one of the reasons why they didn't want people stopping and standing in that section. And we saw there's a vehicle still there, likely looking at them, if I had to bet. And don't get me wrong, it's tempting to look at them and to stop and look at them for a long while. Maybe less so for us because we've seen nests elsewhere, and we've also looked closely at bald eagles elsewhere, on many occasions. The people who were stopped there, for all I know, this is the first time they've ever seen an eagle. Now, last year, as I've mentioned before, they drained the main pool, and so I'm looking in that general direction now. And it remains to be seen. Now, the pool was allowed to refill, but it remains to be seen if we're going to have many views of open water without, without being hindered by vegetation. The sun has come out since, since earlier in the day. I don't know if it's sunny in Ithaca right now, but so there's some heat shimmer. Oh, is that an egret already? I don't know. It might be a swan. Canada goose. A couple of them, actually. Yeah, I mean, if I look at things now, hold on, what's that? Look like ducks, given how rapidly they're flapping their wings. The experts at the lab probably could identify those. I can't without some maybe a few more clues, but at least I could tell that they're ducks as opposed to, let's say, Canada geese or cormorants or something like that. Anyway, as I was saying, looks like there's still a lot of tall grass to contend with. The chirping kind of noise you're hearing now, those are frogs. We didn't hear anything really significant at Sapsucker Woods in that regard, the frog sounds, just a few here and there. Sometimes we get to hear quite a few in the spring. Are those egrets? They might be egrets. We'll have another look in a moment. I saw somewhere an egret was reported in as a rare bird, just given the time of year. I don't believe it was here. It was elsewhere. I don't want to go too much farther. Let me angle out and see if we can get us a better view. Those are egrets. Great egrets. Our first of the season. Very similar to great blue herons. A little bit smaller, obviously white, as opposed to grays and blues. hold on. I'm seeing something else that's white. Possibly more egrets. Yeah, well, we'll see. I think probably, but I don't know. There are several cars here on the road already. There's some there, and if you look in my rear view mirror, there. So we're not the only ones here by any means. Oh, who's that over there? Gadwalls. Beautiful ducks. And here again are the great egrets. Okay, let's move on. The great blue herons we've already been seeing for a couple of weeks now, you know, primarily at the rookery, but we've been seeing them elsewhere now also. But so those were the first great egrets of the season. And what's out there that's white? Hold on. The swans. Okay. And that could be another egret. I'm not sure. Let's take a closer look. Let me move forward a little bit. You know, I should say there is a lot less grass here than there was in the autumn. Or at least you can see a lot more of the water now. What's that in the air? Looks like an eagle. All right, let's take a look at those swans if we can. Give me a minute. That sun is pretty bright. I need to put a hat on, not for protecting me, but just to help shade my eyes when I'm looking at camera screens. So these are swans, and they look like they're mute swans. Yes, mute swan. I'm assuming this other one here is also a mute, and it is. It's a mute swan. See that orange bill and the dark black nodule above the bill, the orange bill. That's, for me, the best marker. And we have a Canada goose here. And that's an osprey. Looks like it just caught something. Okay, I can't really stay with it given where it is. Oh shoot, there's something white in the distance. I don't know if I can, my mirror's on the way. No, hold on one second. That's better. Looks like another swan. What kind though? Don't do that. Another mute swan. Well in the distance. And, alright, let me bring it back in. Sorry. The two first mute swans that we looked at are right next to each other now. Snoozing. No, maybe not. Okay. And then elsewhere out there, see some ducks in the air. Look like, I'm not sure what they are actually. Ring-necked ducks there. At least one. The one that just flapped is definitely the one who's bathing. Yes, a number of ring-necked ducks. So as I was saying, you know, the vegetation does seem to have diminished quite a bit, or it collapsed, or whatever. So there's more of the water surface that's in view, which is good for us. Is it good for the birds? I don't know, but it's good for us. You may recall, if you were with us in the autumn, that we could see in various locations there was water, but we couldn't really see it very well. All right, let's move forward. Hold on a second, I'm going to look at something. Okay, that's nothing. Oh, by the way, I can see some color in the trees in the area, so you can see there are definitely buds growing, just so as you know. You might think, well, of course. Well, no, not necessarily of course. You know, this is a ways north of Ithaca, so things are maybe a little bit behind in terms of vegetation growing in. I see a great blue heron, and oh, hold on. That osprey just went to the water. Doesn't look like it got anything. Or oh, maybe it did it. I don't know. I don't think so. Anyway, I see a great blue heron, and we'll take a look at it. I also see a Canada goose on what looks like a new nest. So let's look at both. First the Canada goose, and I don't know if this is a good location, to be honest with you. Hello. We'll get back to the Canada goose in a moment. And like I said, there's a great blue heron. right here. I think I just heard a northern flicker. I don't know what's swimming around there, but something's swimming around. Hear that? Pew, pew, pew. That's actually an osprey. Back to the Canada goose. 1 sec. There you are. Okay, let's move on. Hold on a second, what is that? Looks like out a little ways further there's another Canada goose on what looks like a nest. And you know, while we're here, let's look at these ducks. They're probably the same ringneck ducks that we already looked at, but let's see if we can have a better look at them from here. Now see that bird there, not quite swimming in the same fashion. The one not in the foreground, but in the back, swimming to our right, that is an American coot, which is, as I said last week, not a duck. There's another one. We've got some heat shimmer working against us. So it looks like it's, if not exclusively, mostly ringneck ducks there. All right, let's move on because we can't see them very well. But one more look at the great blue heron. Even at this distance, we have some heat shimmer at work. I hear a mallard. I'm ready for my close-up, Mr. DeMille. Okay, we're going to move on. Oh, hold on a second. The Canada goose is kind of standing at the nest. Maybe we can see if I can get situated here. Oh, I see an egg already. At least I think I do. I could be wrong. I thought that was an egg. Anyway, let's move on. We saw last year mute swans nesting in the area. I don't know if we actually saw them on their nest, but we definitely saw them. We saw them with their cygnets. We saw two families, and I wonder if we're going to see something similar this year. We already have the mute swans in the area that we've seen today, and I wonder if that's going to happen again. Mute swans are not native to the area, but they are in the area. A lot of people don't like them because they can be quite aggressive, territorial. But I like them. Unfortunately, last year when we were seeing them, it was kind of difficult to see them well. Eagles. I hear a robin. 3 eagles. Make it 4. Oh, chasing after an osprey, I think. Get your own food. I think I hear northern pintails. Yeah, I definitely hear northern pintails, and I see a lot of ducks in the air, maybe because of all the eagle activity. Hold on, see if I can find them. Can't stay with them given the angles. Hold on. I think these are northern pintails, or at least many of them are. is an osprey in the air right here. If you're unfamiliar with ospreys, they just go after fish. They don't really go after anything else. That's an eagle. All right, let's switch back. Where were we? Okay, I still see... Hold on. Could be a turkey vulture back there, I'm not sure. And just looking around in general, I'm having a hard time really seeing. Kind of pointing backwards. I'm having a hard time right now. Okay, I'm going to let it go. See, the problem when you're in a vehicle, the problem, you can't just point any direction. So that's often my issue. These are northern shovelers. That's a male right there, and here's a female. Note, please, the very large bill. They took off and they're continuing to fly. Where'd they go? Okay, let's continue. Oh, hold on. We may have a... Yeah. Come on, move. Let's go. Maybe I should switch cameras. I'm not sure. Hold on. We have a few ospreys in the air right now. Like I said, they go after fish, and that one just caught one. I didn't have it in focus when it went to the water, but we saw it. Oh, missed one. Was over here somewhere. And it may have caught something as well. Yeah, I think so. They're pretty amazing. Okay, let's continue. This is an eagle. I think we're hearing, among other things, I think we're hearing American coots. Just heard a gull of some sort. Not sure where this bald eagle's going. Is this an osprey? This might be an osprey. Yeah, I think so. Okay, we're going to move on. Let's see something here. Here's what it is. Okay. Sometimes early in the season we come here and we don't see much, but I think we've already seen a fair amount today here. Certainly seeing things that we haven't seen in a while, such as the ospreys. Just heard a song sparrow. Hold on, look at something. I'm not sure what it is on the other side. Could just be litter. So as you can see, there's actually a fair amount of open water, or essentially open water. Muskrat. There may be more muskrat activity here that I don't know what's going on here. It's just a fin. I'm not sure how large the fish is, but it's a fin. Meanwhile, on the other side, there's more water than you might be accustomed to seeing, but not really especially high levels given how early in the season it is. But a lot of it will dry up in the coming weeks and months, most likely. That's an eagle. Come on, wire, get off of me. Try to, just move my binoculars to my eyes, and I can't because a wire's on top of the binoculars. Aren't they amazing? I love them. And this, I believe, I think this is an eagle. Yes. Okay, let's keep going. A number of cars up ahead stopped in close proximity. I wonder if they're seeing something out of their ordinary. No eagle in the tree. Very often there is one. Oh. That one's not ready to go to ground yet. Looks like another mute swan. It is. I would try to look at it, but I think we'll have a lot of heat shimmer if I try. I've mentioned before, and I'll mention again, and probably again and again, you know, as wonderful as Montezuma is, there are challenges to viewing the birds. You know, very often that challenge is distance, and related to distance is what's called heat shimmer or heat distortion or air distortion, and that's just over longer distances, especially when the sun is out. It doesn't matter what time of year it is. When the sun is out, the heating of the ground causes, shimmering in the air, and that can make for difficult photos. We also have, tree swallows already working on nesting, apparently. Possibly. That heron, great blue heron, just caught something apparently and ate it. Fair number of swallows in the air. It's a great blue heron there flying. It's through the windshield, sorry, it's not a good clear view. We're hearing a song sparrow, and oh, there it went. I saw it, but it took off. Those are turkey vultures in the distance, but these are bald eagles. Let them go. A good deal of migration has already been accomplished. You know, many birds have flown through the area, and from the perspective of Wildlife Drive, well, we've missed it. I mean, the drive just opened on the 1st, and here we are, and we're not seeing huge flocks of Canada geese or anything like that, but we did see such flocks elsewhere, so that's fine. And we do see in the fall migration, we do have access to Wildlife Drive, and some of the migrating species make use of wildlife, the area around Wildlife Drive. I'd say that Montezuma is best known for what you see during migration, but it can be very good in the summer anyway. So it's not strictly just good for migration, but it's necessarily different. not going to show it well, but there's another great blue heron way over here. And I just heard a Canada goose from over here somewhere. Now this, obviously, we have a lot of tall grasses remaining, and that's for for bird viewing perspective. That's going to be rather difficult for us, I think. Like last year, there were a number of times when we were able to see sandhill cranes in this stretch here, but I think this is going to be a problem for that. These are tall grasses that, I mean, unless something causes them to collapse. They've managed to make it through the winter without any issues, so we'll see what happens. It's beautiful here today, really. I think I'm not sure. Now, I'm going to let this vehicle pass us, and we're going to take a quick look up. Yeah, I think I see with the naked eye. Yes, bald eagle nest with the bald eagle in it. I'm not going to stop and take a long look. We could, but I think we'll continue on. Maybe we'll have another look in the near future if we can see a chick there or whatever. If it were closer, it'd be a different story, but I can give us a zoomed in view, but the problem is, I mean, there's still going to be heat shimmer, there's still going to be issues of various sorts. One second here. I don't know what these cones are here. Well, something's breaking up there. So over here, we do have not much activity. Have some Canada goose activity here and over behind my mirror here. And probably a couple more over here. Let's see. Including somebody bathing. But I don't really see anything else. There's a vehicle ahead of us. I wonder why they're backing up. Did they see something? Now, we had some luck in the early part of spring and summer with American bitterns last year in this stretch. I don't know if it's too early for that. It might be a little early. I have to admit I have not really been looking. After that, 2 or 3 weeks of good luck seeing them, didn't see them again in this stretch. And if you're unfamiliar with them, they're one of the herons, and they smaller than a great blue heron, and they blend in quite well with this sort of vegetation. Their coloring and just some of their mannerisms help them quite a bit. So for me, it's always rewarding when we happen to see one. So this vehicle is ahead of us is stopped, and I'm wondering why. The driver doesn't look to be doing anything in particular. And I think it might be a little early for American bitterns, if that is what she's looking for. I could be wrong, but... Now, who's this over here? Mallard, I think, and another mallard. Okay. Goose just swam away from here. I don't know why it was there, but I don't see anybody else, meaning I don't see a nest. All kinds of spider webs all over my vehicle now. I see another Canada goose nest with a goose on it. Right over here. May have just heard a swamp sparrow. breeze that's coming in now feels good to me. It's 60 degrees out, but that sun is pretty bright, and there were times since we've arrived that it's felt, really warm in here. Sometimes the light just makes all the difference. Otherwise, there's not much activity here that I can see. Let's continue. Like I said, it's just beautiful here right now. I don't know what it was like earlier today. Was it cloudy? I think it might have been. I don't know. And don't get me wrong, for seeing birds very often I like it cloudy, and now it's getting cloudy. But, sometimes I don't want a lot of bright sunshine. Because it can interfere with clear viewing. But it's very pretty here today. This stretch that we're driving through right now, I mean, over the years, it usually is quieter than the earlier stretches of Wildlife Drive. It just is. Sometimes there can be good activity, but I mean, overall, even during peak migration, if you have a lot of ducks, there usually aren't thousands of ducks within view from here. There might be certain flocks, there might be, but overall, in this stretch, it's been my experience, even before the tour began, that this stretch was quieter. However, it often had great things to see. And like last year, for instance, now we weren't getting great views of them, but one mute swan family had, been spending time in this area. And over the years, there have been other times when we've had, lots of swan activity in this stretch, in terms of like maybe a pair, spending time here and also being in locations that were quite close, so we could get some good close-up views. And sometimes there's a lot of great blue heron and great egret activity in this area. Not always, but who's that way out there? Buffleheads. I did see a lot of bufflehead activity on Cayuga Lake as I drove here. But those small ducks are buffleheads. We could try to switch to the other camera for a better look, but I don't think we'll get that much better. So let's continue on. It just, I say that because of the distances involved. We would see them a little bit better, but there'd still be, maybe a little bit of heat shimmer. Great blue heron in the distance flying. Looks like it's towards the main pool. I believe we're hearing frogs. Now, for those who don't know, this is, we're on Wildlife Drive. This is generally a one-way road. Every once in a while, because of one issue or another, if they close a part of it and make everyone have to turn around, it'll be a two-way. But generally it's one way, and it's not paved with asphalt, and I think the speed limit's maybe 15, and it's just a great place to go, and from your vehicle see usually a lot of waterfowl, or just various birds that will be, around the water or make use of the water for feeding or whatever. So and when I first started coming to Montezuma years ago, before the tour ever began, I'm not saying that I thought this was it, just Wildlife Drive, but for me, this was it. I didn't know my way around at all, and so I would come up here, maybe go on Wildlife Drive, and then leave. Okay, I've seen it all, and time to leave. Soon after I started coming here, I started looking around in other places, and I would have to say, I think one of the reasons for that were the sandhill cranes, but I could be wrong. I'm going to go this way. And we'll turn around in a moment. You know what? We'll turn around right here. Anyway, I think I was looking for sandhill cranes or something, and that was what got me to East Road eventually. And I kind of stumbled on East Road myself. I don't think I was looking for it specifically. In fact, I think I was looking for something else. Okay, so we're looking over the North Spring Pool, and on the pool itself, we do have some Canada geese and a northern shoveler and everything, but what we're really here to look for, or look at, we're really here to look at the great blue heron rookery. And I think this is, maybe a better place from which to see them than the Shockey Pool parking area. I could be wrong about that, but I have a feeling this is better overall. Under certain conditions, anyway. And there may be times when it'll be better from Shockey Pool, but hold on a second. We might go to the Shockey Pool parking area and look back just for a moment. Just for comparison purposes in terms of lighting and viewing and everything. I'm curious about that. think in many ways this is a better spot for various reasons. Some the angle of view, some the lighting, some just did I hear a green-winged teal? Maybe. And I think I just heard a northern pintail. I'll let that heron go. There's another advantage here, or from here, I should say. One advantage from here, we have a line of sight that's probably overall wider and better than what we get from the Shockey Pool platform. This is no. And not only that, but the platform itself can be quite shaky. I mean, you walk on it, it feels solid, it looks solid, everything is fine about it. But when you're looking, through high magnification optics at something, when you're really zoomed in, every little everything, every shake, every wind, bit of breeze, everything shakes it quite a bit. And that makes a big difference. I'm going to take a look from here, just out of curiosity. We can, or at least we have in the past, looked from down here, but down here we have some limitations in terms of what we can see and not see. Although there are advantages to going on that, what's that? On the platform, that is, we get to look over more of the pool. But let me show you what so from here now I can we probably get a slightly better or a wider view from the platform, but down here at ground level, I mean, it's not much better. And granted, they're not in full sunlight. Later in the day, actually, it might be better to be on this side, just given the way the sun would shine on the rookery, and we wouldn't have to see them in silhouette. I guess both sides have their advantages. I can take steps to get us a little closer in terms of magnification, but sometimes that doing so has its drawbacks. Alright, we're going to move on. Nice to see the rookery, though. And while I'm here, let me just take a look with the binoculars a little bit. I see a canned goose. And we've been hearing, and I can see a red-winged blackbird. It's getting a little bit cloudier again. I mean, there's still a fair amount of blue in the sky, but it's getting a little cloudier. At Mays Point, to our right, I see a couple of Canada geese in the grasses nearby. Above Shockey Pool, is that an eagle? No, great blue heron. I don't see much going on, if anything, on Mays Point to our right. Come on, wires. Look at these wires. What is that? Nothing. Now, we're going over this bridge now. We've been going over this bridge all winter, and it's different, obviously, this time of year. In the winter, it may have open water that is a draw for birds. Oh, what am I hearing? Hold on. Well, Merlin is saying common grackle and red-winged blackbird. I was wondering if maybe there had been a rusty blackbird or two also, but I don't, maybe not. It's missing the mourning dove, which I'm almost definitely hearing. Anyway, so as I was saying, you know, in winter, some of these areas are still open in terms of water, and you know, it can be a draw. it can be a draw for for waterfowl and then maybe possibly the eagles and maybe a few other things. And hold on a second. I think I hear a cardinal, but is that something right there? Maybe not. Anyway, here is an eagle nest, which I've mentioned before, and it's not easy for us to see it. I don't see any activity there from here, and I don't see any eagles around, not yet anyway. So let's continue. I'll kind of look back as we drive. To our left, up ahead, there's an osprey nest with 2 ospreys on it. It's one that we've seen used several times over the years. .64 degrees. And welcome to East Road. I see swallows flying around. Things are greening up. Grasses are starting to look green. I think I'm hearing a robin, common grackle, song sparrow. In the air I see a great blue heron. Now, from here last week we saw sandhill cranes in the cornfield. I'm not seeing them now. Let me look with binoculars quickly. No, nobody there. Nobody there. And, the question is, did the cranes move on? Not all of them. I see 3 cranes right now. Hold on one second. Hello, cranes. All right, I want to turn around and have a better look at those cranes. They might be, I think they might be nicely lit for our purposes. And there's something else there, I think maybe Canada geese, but I don't know. Probably the best look at sandhill cranes we've had in a few weeks. We saw some nicely last week, but this is just because of lighting and everything. I think it may be a little bit better. I hear Canada geese, and they might, yeah, see there's some over here, but back to the cranes. sorry. Now, unfortunately, we can't see all the way to the ground. We've got that vegetation in the way. Okay, I can't stay with them there. And an osprey just came into view. Looks like it has a fish. The cranes may have gone to the cornfield. I'm not sure where they went, but all of a sudden they left. It was good to see them, though. We're going to move forward. And I want to, I'll look at the cornfield and turn as we turn around up ahead. I didn't get the sense that they were spooked by us, unless somehow they hadn't noticed us watching and then all of a sudden did and were bothered by it. I don't see anybody, but let me move forward a little bit, turn around, and then have a better look. Oh, what's that? I see a robin. Looking at least the area of the cornfield that I can see, I see no cranes, but that doesn't mean they're not in the field somewhere. hear a killdeer. Beep, 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 beep. And I see, do I see some white down there in the water? In the marsh itself? Let me see, hold on 1 second. Yes, some swans. And anybody else? Okay, let's continue. I'm hearing killdeer vocalizations from over here somewhere. Look with binoculars a bit. Another swan. All right, let's move forward here. Who is this over here? Is it a swan or is it might be a... Looks like a swan. Is that a tundra swan? It might be. I hope not. If it is, I hope it's okay. It might not be. I don't know. We see trumpeter swans nesting in the area, but I don't ever recall seeing tundra swans around the area in the summer. So that's why I'm hoping that if it is a tundra swan, I hope it's okay, because I would be concerned that it's injured. The other swans are over here. That's a mute swan. And so is that, and so is that, and so is that. So those are mute swans there. And it's beginning to rain a little bit. I felt a drop hit me, and I look at my windshield, and I have a few drops of water on it now. So we're going to move along, I think, pretty soon. There's not that much going on here that I've seen. Maybe it's a little early for any, roosting activity. In fact, I would say it is. So we're going to move on, I think, for the time being. We might return. Who's that? We might return, though. That is a pied-billed grebe, not a duck. All right, let's move on. And I think I heard a northern flicker. I mean, it's not whatever precipitation is falling is at the moment anyway, not major. And I mean, it's not like it's completely clouded over. So who knows? It could be a short-lived thing. Yes, I know. All right, we're gonna go to Van Dyne Spoor, I think. Take a look around. We've had some good luck there these last couple weeks, so I don't mind going there again today. As I've mentioned in the past, Van Dyne Spoor is, we often have luck there, but it's not the same luck over and over again. In other words, it's not like, we go there to see this given species, and that's, we're glad to see it, but that's why we go there, and that's all we see. It's not like that at all. Over the years, as I've explained, very often throughout a summer, we go there, and as we're, maybe on my way, thinking about the tour, planning where to go and everything, I might think, well, I have a feeling this will be the last time of the season we go, and then sure enough, we'd see some other special something at Van Dyne Spoor, some other special, something special in its own way. One year I remember we kept seeing, at least 4 or 5 American kestrels, for instance. There was one year when we were seeing, I see an eastern bluebird, we just drove by it. One year when we were seeing a flock of killdeer. And, I remember, going there thinking, we probably won't be, coming back here after today. And we end up seeing the killdeer, and the following week, we better go back just in case, So that often happens for Van Dyne Spoor. And it's not that Van Dyne Spoor is so far away, but it's not as close as all these other areas. So, I mean, it takes more to get there. And it's just an investment of time. Now, up ahead, the fields that we've been driving by, hey, careful, they're looking a little different. More water is on them. Now, I don't know if the area received a fair amount of rain, or if this is even a deliberate pumping of water or something onto them for some reason. Kind of doubt it. Well, there's more water. I'm not seeing right off the bat. Well, I see. What do I see? A few ducks, maybe, I'm guessing pintails, and definitely some shovelers. We may come back to that. Let's continue. I want to keep going. .68 degrees now. As you're driving around, of course depending on where you are, but as you're driving around, you know, we're in a season when, you know, there are many birds now that have returned, and they're doing what they do, and you know, some, like the robins, for instance, I'm trying to be especially watchful for them because, you know, they have a tendency to, you know, they'll be feeding on the ground, and then all of a sudden they fly out across a road, and they're very vulnerable to vehicles. So I know in certain areas, especially like around my own home, you know, we get a bunch of robins, and I'm trying to be that much more careful coming and going when the robins are, you know, potentially there and ready to fly across the road at you know, without any notice to me. And you know, you can't stop everybody and make everybody else careful, but you can make yourself careful. And if you think, well, oh, it's such a random and rare thing. Well, unfortunately, over the last few years, I've seen some robins that were clearly hit by vehicles. And I saw one today. The temperature often seems to rise when we're on this road. It's now at 71 if my thermometer can be believed. I'm guessing it'll drop as we proceed. Just heard some starlings. See? Robin, out of the road. This one was walking. And the fake snow geese, are they still there? No, they must have migrated. The fake snow geese are no longer there. They must have migrated away. But do I see something else there? Oh no, I just couldn't see them well. They're still there. The fake snow geese are still there. Never mind. Just saw a blue jay. The food must be really great in that one spot where the snow geese are. They haven't budged in weeks. We've been seeing them for 3 weeks there. Must be a lot of food there. We'll take a quick detour. We're on Van Dyne Spoor now, and we'll take a quick detour on Railroad Road. I think I see a Canada goose or two. Yes, in the field to our left, a couple Canada geese. I think I see crow just took off from the road, but a turkey vulture is still there. Well, if there are sandhill cranes ahead, I'd love to see them, but I'm not going to bother this. I'm not going to bother the turkey vulture. There is another vehicle ahead of us, apparently coming this way, and it might in fact disturb the turkey vulture, and that could happen, but I'm not going to do it, although the turkey vulture is kind of watchful of us. But I'm going to just turn around. Oh, the turkey vulture left. Well, I'm still not going to go that way. I'd like to go there. I'd like to see if there are any sandhill cranes there, but it's not about me. We're hearing a Carolina wren. Okay, I see a starling, but we're hearing a Carolina wren. I'm hearing a robin sing, I think. Song sparrow. Downy woodpecker, distantly. Not much singing. Flying overhead is, maybe robin sized or something around there. I'm hearing frogs, and I just heard a red-winged blackbird. And before we move any further, oh, great blue heron. American coots. I'm hearing, oops, whoa, hold on, I've got to switch cameras. Okay, I hear a pied-billed grebe, and oh, who's that in the air? Those are cormorants, I believe. Double-crested cormorants. Not ducks. And who's this on top of the pole here? Osprey. Eating. And a couple ducks here. beautiful here. You know, the sun is out again, and it's very nice. American coots. And those are not coots there. Who are they? Might be gadwalls. I think they are. Oh, that is a female red-winged blackbird, the first I've seen of the season. She looks like a large sparrow, but she's not. And there are others here. Oh, don't tell me mosquitoes, please. We you know, come on. We just got out of winter. Okay, let's continue. I have a feeling we might have a fair amount to look at here today. Let's look over here. Lighting is different. It's a better look at an American coot. I am hearing Canada geese as well. Sorry, Aaron. Howard back there. Nice look at an American coot. I don't know if you notice, look at its feet as it walks. They're not, there might be a little bit of webbing, but they're not webbed feet like a duck would have. Through the windshield and not particularly good as a result. Let's keep going. We can see the crest there very well, the double crest on this cormorant. Have some American widgeons there swimming, and more widgeons. Muskrat. Sorry. I think maybe hold on, let me just take a look. Should we switch cameras is the question. I think we will. Just a bit. 1 second, I gotta set up for it. Wrong way. Oops, what's going on? Oh, that would not have been good. Again, this is a double-crested cormorant. I'm going to lighten it up a bit. And in doing so, I show you that it's not just a simply black bird. There's a lot more color to it. And behind it, those are gadwalls, I believe. Widgeons back there. American widgeons. And there at center, those are northern shovelers. Who's that way back there? And who's way back there? I don't know. Can't tell. Okay, let's continue to move forward. Hold on one second, I gotta look at something here. Okay. Alright, let's move forward. This is gonna be shaky. Here, cardinal. Let's stop here for a minute. northern shovelers, and a gadwall there swimming to our left. A couple gadwalls actually. Are they ring-necked ducks? Who are you? No, that's a scaup. More scaups, I think. And at center, swimming to our right, yeah, we have some canvasbacks here also. Some American widgeons. You know, I don't know if I see any scaups, but I see a lot of canvasbacks. There's an American coot there in the back with them. More coots. So we have canvasbacks, primarily canvasbacks and coots. The males of the canvasbacks, the males have red heads or white flank, a dark, black breast, I would say. And they have that sloped bill. It slopes down to a point from a, I don't know, I can never describe their head. It's different. It's not like a rounded, it's more like a rounded triangle than a rounded circle. Well, circles are round. And they're, you know, overall, there are a fair number of birds out there. Oh, there's a scaup there at center and swimming to our left. So good numbers of birds here. There's a pied-billed grebe right there at center. Again, not a duck. All right, let's move forward a bit. Hold on. Oh, hold on a second. What do I see in the air? I'm not sure what they are. Hold on. Are they cormorants? Where'd they go? Okay, well, whatever. All right, let's move forward. Train's coming. Hold on. Yeah, safe to say they were cormorants. I see others now seemingly heading in the same direction. So, recapping where we are right now. So right now, we were just looking moments ago at those canvasbacks back there, and there are some other birds that are a little closer, maybe maybe more canvasbacks. And oh shoot, some birds are flying away now, as we've seen over these last few weeks. I'll stop right here. So these are a little closer, some of these birds. Those are gadwalls there. Okay. Stop here for a second. Oh, I just look. Pigeons, I think. And maybe gadwalls. Hold on a second. I see wood ducks. Where'd they go? They're there. They're going to take off. I think I hear them. And they did take off. I thought about using this camera to look at them. We would have had a nice look, I think, but they seemed a little spooked. And they've taken off, unfortunately. I hope I didn't do it, but I have a feeling I did just by stopping. Not what I wanted. In the air I see what I believe is an osprey. Who are these guys? Are they gadwalls? Gadwalls, and those are canvasbacks right there. And a little bit closer to us, where are you? There you are. Northern shovelers there. think I just heard a swamp sparrow. You know, we're going to switch cameras, I think. One second, I've got to reconfigure a bit. Get this thing out of my way. Just a reminder, please do not confuse this broadcast with one that is professional. Robins I'm concerned with over to our left. Who's that? Hold on. A couple canvasbacks, not too far. We'll, if they're still there, we'll look at them on the way back through. I'm glad we looked at those sandhill cranes on East Road. They may prove to be the only ones we get a look at all day. You know, I don't know if there were any to be seen from Railroad Road, but because that turkey vulture forced us to turn around, you know, I was unable to check. Great blue heron in the air. Okay, let's look over this way a little bit. Gadwalls, but are they all gadwalls? No, that is a hooded merganser. And so's that. Are there any eagles around? Let's check the nest. The nest chairs. There we go. I don't see anybody up there. Not at the moment. Down at water level, more hooded mergansers and a ring-necked duck there. Actually, one hooded merganser and two ring-necked ducks. Shovelers there. Just heard a song sparrow. We have American widgeons there right along the shoreline. And more widgeons. Widgeons, I think. Ring-necked ducks and widgeons. Ring-necked ducks, I think. Right there. Canada geese. Who's that in the back? More ring-necked ducks, I think. By the looks of it. Oh, I see a bufflehead or two. Oops. There. Bufflehead's there. Oh, way back there, see at center, that's a green-winged teal. First definite sighting of one today. There may be more back there. Nice variety here. We've got more hooded mergansers in the back. And I think ring-necked ducks. Canada goose there. Bufflehead. Northern shovelers in the back. And more ring-necked ducks. Okay, hold on. Let's reposition here. Bufflehead there, just dove, but who's this? Is it a merganser maybe? Comet? I don't know. Okay, hold on, I want to look at the binoculars quickly. Get off of me. Cord, see? That's what I mean. We're going to continue on very shortly. 1 second. That's the canvas back here. Male. Okay, let's, I want to continue and see if that one canvasback I mentioned earlier, if it's still nearby, maybe we'll have a good look. Overall, though, I'd say we're having another good visit to Van Dyne Spoor. Pretty fair amount of activity. Now, the water levels are for some species, they're quite good. Is this good? Are these good water levels for great blue herons and great egrets? I don't know. Maybe not. Okay, let's stop here for now. Is this one I want to look at? Oops. Well, let's try this one. That looks like a female. But notice the shape of her head and how that slope goes right into the bill like that. Just something to note and to look for. If you're looking out at ducks and you see that head shape, it can be very helpful in identifying a canvasback, or at least distinguishing it from other species. This is a male. Notice the white body, the black tail feathers, the black breast. And I've mentioned many times before, let's move forward. I've mentioned many times before, the difference between the canvasback and the redhead. And the redhead has a more rounded head. You would say more similar, I would say, to the mallard, for instance. Okay, the one other canvasback I think has moved on. So, wait, what's that along the water there? Great blue heron. And with more canvasbacks out there, we've probably looked at many of them already. All right, let's move on. Car ahead of us coming this way. Great blue heron to our right. We've got a good view, I think. Continue on. It's getting late. I think we will return to East Road, at least to have a look. Should we, will we go to the airport also? Possibly. Depends on what we see and where. we saw last week from East Road, we did see a short-eared owl very briefly, and we looked around, and that was that. And eventually we made our way to the airport and looking around for short-eared owls. I did see one. I don't believe I ever got it on camera. There's also another vehicle up ahead coming this way. But I did see another short-eared owl there. So I wouldn't mind seeing a short-eared owl again and again. But no guarantee. And in fact, if I had to bet money, I would say we're probably not going to see one anywhere, but you never know. Vehicle stopped up ahead. There's someone on foot here. Maybe he doesn't realize he's better off staying in his vehicle. And you might say, well, what do you mean better off staying in your vehicle? Why? Well, you're better off staying in your vehicle because that has a better chance of kind of hiding you, of serving as a blind when it comes to watching birds. Now we've driven by here, and some of the birds have flown away from the area closest to the road, but not flown too far or anything. And as we were driving around Wildlife Drive, for the most part, we were okay and just remaining in the vehicle. It doesn't seem to bother the birds that much, not nearly as much as walking on foot would be. I should have told them, you're better off staying in your vehicle. I don't pretend to know everything about bird watching by any means. When it comes to, the species or just techniques or whatever, I don't pretend to be an expert. But over the years, I've seen some things that work better. Some actions, some methods that work better than others. And sometimes, you may think, I'm gonna walk to this location and I'm gonna see all kinds of birds and everything. That's the best thing to do. I'll be on foot so I can get closer than I could from my car and everything. And it may sound good. And given all that, it makes sense. But then, once you try it, you're on foot and you get near the birds, they fly away. They don't want anything to do with you. And you would have been better off in your car. Maybe a little bit farther away, but you wouldn't have disturbed the birds. Sometimes you have to think, well, okay, I'm going to do the best I can from this particular location. And I'm not going to be all that upset because, no matter what you do, the birds are going to keep at a certain distance. So I could get closer to them, but they're just going to move farther away. Even like, for instance, when we're trying to watch sandhill cranes, they're going to be wary of you. And you can try to get closer, and maybe you could get closer to where they are when you start, but they're going to move off because even if they're not frightened to the point of flying away, they're just going to kind of walk away and move in a direction that keeps them at a distance from you. So sometimes you have to say, all right, on a practical basis, what makes sense here? Over the years, you may, if you're bird watching regularly, or you're using certain kinds of equipment or whatever, you also begin to understand your capabilities, and I mean either your personal capabilities or the abilities of your equipment, or just the limitations that are due to the air or whatever. And, for instance, for me, if I'm looking out the window and I see, just looking with the naked eye, if I see an eagle in the air and it looks, it's obvious with the naked eye that it's an eagle, then there's a decent chance I can record it fairly well with my scope and camera system, whatever. If I can't see it with the naked eye, if it's too far away to see with the naked eye, chances are it's not going to be even a decent recording. And you might as well just, while we're here, let's take a right. Let's see if that turkey vulture is still feeding, then we'll turn around again. But anyway, as I was saying, so sometimes you might just say you're better off continuing to track whatever it is. Don't try to record it, because you're not going to get a good recording anyway. The only exception I would have to that rule is, maybe the sighting is so special, so unusual, maybe it's the first time you've ever seen a given species or something like that. Then you might want to say, well, I really want to record it. Or if you were like in the muck race or something like that, and you had to, I don't know if they provide proof or not, but if you had to provide proof that you saw such and such species, okay, get a distant recording. You're not doing it for necessarily quality of recording. You're not putting it into a nature magazine. You're just trying to provide proof. That's sufficient. Those are exceptions to the rule. But if you're hoping to get a good recording, a good image of something, sometimes you have to realize what makes sense and what doesn't. I'm not seeing any sandhill cranes. No, I don't see any. And we could continue, up ahead. I don't know how far the road goes. Let's just go quickly there and see if it opens up to another field. I think it might. With the naked eye, the cranes in a cornfield like this can be difficult to see, especially with this lighting. But looking with binoculars, I didn't see anybody. we won't go too much farther. I just want to maybe go around this turn and see what's what. If beyond the trees to our left, up ahead to our left, if there's like another field, there's a possibility that there would be sandhill cranes there. And, I don't know if maybe the cranes have moved on, other than the ones that intend to stay and nest here. We saw good numbers last week and the week before. Okay, this is a little different. It's not really a cornfield. There's some water that way, but I'm not going to stop and try to look at it. I don't know. I don't remember how far this goes. It may not go too much farther, or it may not go too much farther that's worth traveling. Well, I think we can go this way. We just can't use the shoulder. So, I'm just going to turn around here, I think. I mean, we could go further ahead. I just don't know where we would turn around, if we'd be able to turn around, if we'd have to back out. So let's just turn around right here. And that looked like a watery area, which might be beneficial. I did see some birds. I didn't look at them closely. There were some dark birds on that water while we were on Van Dyne Spoor Road. But it was mostly water, so I don't think we'd see sandhill cranes there anyway, if we're here to see sandhill cranes. Officially, we are always here, wherever here is, to see sandhill cranes, even if, I don't know. Even if we're inside the lab, we're there to see sandhill cranes. Inside Rice Hall. Not that we've ever gone inside Rice Hall, but if we were inside Rice Hall, we would still be there to see sandhill cranes. We should go in there one day. Of course, it's closed now, but go in there. Yes, we're here to see the sandhill cranes. The what? We are going to be heading back anyway towards East Road. Happy with the tour so far today. It would have been nice to see Arthur, but can't have everything, I guess. Sapsucker might have been a little bit quiet, but it wasn't too bad. We did see actually a decent variety overall there. The woods themselves were quiet, but You know what? Hold on. I'm going to get a different version of this song. Oh, black cat. Does it have a mouse in its mouth? Oh, wrong one. There's a chance some of you recognize that piece. I think we're going to skip 31. Just out of concern for time. Or you know what? Actually, we're not going to skip it. Not entirely. Anyway, that was from, believe it or not, the series that was originally broadcast on the Sci-Fi Channel, starting in, I think, late 2003 or 2004. That was from Battlestar Galactica, not the original series that aired in the late 70s and early 80s on, I think, ABC. This was like the reimagined, remade series, and this reimagined, remade series was quite good. Highly regarded, not just by me, but by many people. And you didn't necessarily have to be a science fiction fan really to appreciate it. It's really a good drama with a science fiction backdrop, really. And it's it's a continuing series. You have to follow along really to understand things. But oh, hold on. There's maybe some good activity to be seen here. Anyway, the music in that series is very much integrated into the overall story, believe it or not. We haven't looked at any gulls. We've heard a few here and there today. I hear a mallard. This looks like a ring-billed gull, if I'm not mistaken. I've also heard, I think, I'm hearing widgeons, I think. These are mallards. Some beautiful light. Oh, green-winged teal. You can see, even though the green-winged teal is a little bit farther back, but it is a smaller duck. The mallard is a larger duck. I mean, it's on the larger side. Mallards are probably the largest ducks that we generally see in our tour. These are northern pintails. Female. Green-winged teals behind them. I hear a killdeer. There's you can hear the softer tones of the northern pintails. But this is a male northern pintail. Really some beautiful lighting here. Oh, I think I heard a yellowlegs, probably a greater, but I'm not sure. Red-winged blackbird. I'm not sure where the killdeer are. See back there we have more pintails. Is that an American blackduck? Probably. Yeah, I think so. About the same size as a mallard, I believe. There we go. Is that a yellowlegs? I think so. I should have been recording. We won't stay here too long, but we've seen some beautiful ducks here, and in very nice light. Not perfect, but, well, I should say the lighting is perfect. It's the distances that are a little bit problematic, and we're getting a little bit of heat shimmer. I want to look over things quickly with binoculars, so one moment. Some shovelers here. Oh, there they went. No wonder. Hold on. I think that was a harrier, although I'm not positive. And I was going to show you more shorebirds over here, but they took off, and they're still there. Let's look at them more closely. They took off when that raptor flew overhead, so that's why I switched cameras. I still haven't seen a killdeer. I'm hearing it though. Oh, this battery's almost dead all of a sudden. Who's that? That's someone else. Is that someone else? Maybe not. Alright, we're going to switch cameras. I need to switch batteries, and I'm doing that right now. Just I think I do see, I thought I was hearing widgeons. I think I see them now. Oh, those are gadwalls. Did I just hear an eagle? I might have. Actually, I'm not sure. Okay, we're going to move on. We don't have much time left. Now, we really didn't go through the whole area with the fields, but just don't think we really have the time. I'm glad we stopped there, though. There's a nice look at the pintails, for instance, and some of those shorebirds. And you know, as I think about it, we had not seen pintails until now. I may have heard them elsewhere, but I never did get to see any. And the view of the green-winged teals was better also than the few we saw in on Van Dyne's Spoor. They were quite distant. Welcome again to East Road. This is potentially our last stop or second to last. Well, we might, who knows, but we might go to the airport. It depends on what we see here. Might not see much. I don't know. While the sun hasn't set yet, there are some clouds that are at least partially blocking it right now. So we may not get much more, clear sunshine. And I point this out because, a few weeks ago, we were watching the sandhill cranes here, on the marsh to roost, and for a few minutes anyway, they were in beautiful, light from the setting sun. I don't think that's going to happen today because of the cloud cover. Trumpeter swans. Okay, and Over here. I think those are widgeons. Mm-hmm. See, there's some swallow activity. Okay, let's move forward. I'm going to leave everything in place for the moment. See any sandhill cranes, but I can't say I've really looked either all that closely, but I don't see anything obvious. And I'm not here only to see sandhill cranes. I'm here to see whatever, but pointing out that if we're here, if anyone is hoping to see some here like we've seen them in the last couple of weeks, that may not happen. Let's look at what I believe are mute swans. We saw them earlier. You hear that vocalization? That's a pied-billed grebe somewhere. So a number of mute swans here. Just preening. And I think more widgeons by the looks of things. Okay, let's continue on. Stop and look with binoculars 1 second. Okay, let's go. I think we're going to continue on and go to the airport unless something stops us from leaving here. Meaning a sighting of some sort. Now maybe it would be best to just hang around here and look around. That's a possibility. We did see that short-eared owl last week. It's the only time I've seen one here. Some deer to our left. Clearly not the deer that like to eat apples. That get apples every day. 42 pounds of apples a week. It's not going to go on forever, but, you know. Tempted to go back and show you what the canal looked like with the reflection. That's not as pretty somehow. Above us, what is that? Maple Heron, I think. Yes, looks like it. Heading in the direction, general direction of the rookery anyway. Some swallow activity above Mays Point. It's really turned out to be a beautiful day up here, I have to say. And I have said. Even those few drops of rain while we were on East Road meant nothing. I mean, we were about to head to Van Dyne Spoor anyway, and we didn't even have any rain on the way. saw a red-tailed hawk. Thought just occurred to me. It's too late now, but maybe we should have driven around and looked at in the various fields surrounding, near East Road. You never know, there might have been sandhill cranes there, and just in one of the fields somewhere. And I just, we just never did that this week. Maybe would have found good numbers of them. Remember, we saw the 3, and they flew off somewhere, and maybe they flew and joined many others. I don't know. Anyway, I'm still hoping, fingers crossed, that we'll maybe see a short-eared owl. That would be great to see. I have to admit the likelihood of... Hey, Robin just flew across the road. I have to admit the likelihood of seeing one is low, but I'm willing to try. I said it before, but I always want the ultimate look at a given bird. There are some species of birds that I've had, very good close-ups of. And that's fine. So, maybe for those species, I'm not really looking for a super close-up any longer. I'll take one, but I'm not, hoping beyond hope to get it. But, other species, I'm still maybe dissatisfied with the best look I've ever had. And, I'm still hoping for the perfect image and or video of sandhill cranes, for instance. We've had some good close looks, but sometimes, and, could I have better? Probably. It's, in that regard, it's probably because of the equipment I've chosen over the years. Have I had a chance, with certain viewing situations, especially along Wildlife Drive, believe it or not, in the Seneca Flats area, we've seen families of sandhill cranes there, and I think if I were to, get out and have a good camera lens set up, I think I could get, some great shots in that situation. But, I'd like to have better, of course. But some things like the short-eared owl, we've had some looks, but I want, a much better look. There are a number of species like that. Even, the northern harrier, for instance. We've had some good looks. But I wouldn't mind, the perfect still image, for instance. Hey. Robin, I saw it flying, and then sure enough, it veered over the, to turn right into the road, and had I not hit the brakes, I think I might have hit it. I don't know. Sometimes, over the years, even before the tour, there is a motivating factor in trying to get a great image of a bird. I do like seeing the birds. I think some are it's just nice to see them for what they are, how they act, whatever. Sometimes, if you're seeing huge flocks of a given species, it's pretty impressive. But I have to admit, I enjoy recording and sharing images and video. hear a robin. Oh, wait a minute. I think I might be hearing horned larks. And a robin. There's some chittering nearby. Those are the horned larks. Did my best just now to look at the various things along the runway, various objects upon which an owl might perch. It's hard to see because many of them have lights on them at the top, and the light has some glow and glare around it. So it makes it hard to see if anything's, actually on, perched on top of it. And they're all, generally low, at low heights. So, at that low height, like short-eared owls generally going to favor them just for perching and watching. However, I'll remind you that weeks ago when we were seeing 2 or 3 short-eared owls here flying around, and we actually saw them, reasonably well. At one point, one of them was perched on top of a utility pole. So, they do go to higher points. and I apologize if we end up seeing nothing, like we probably will, but makes you wonder, should we have stayed at East Road? Maybe we should have. I don't know. Or at least driven, around that area just to look for sandhill cranes. Maybe they were in a field nearby, or maybe they're no longer in the area. I don't know. As I recall, last year, through really for a while, there were decent numbers of sandhill cranes around. It wasn't just like, okay, a family here or there. I mean, sometimes I remember near the visitor center there would be some good numbers of them. I can't remember exactly when that was happening. Maybe it was later in the summer. I don't know. By the way, if anyone is thinking I'm hoping to see a snowy owl, no, I'm not. I don't expect to see one. In fact, I would prefer not to see one. If a snowy owl's around now, then you might think, well, chances are there's something wrong. So I'd rather not see one. I just wanted to get back to the airport terminal area. I'd probably go back the way we came, but this going this way is just good in that it gives us more areas to look at that we haven't already looked at. I have to admit, it is getting difficult to see. One second. Just because it's getting dark, we really only have a few more minutes before we've got to close up for the day. It's been a good day, though. I've enjoyed it. Saw some nice birds. We're starting to see a few signs of spring. Most part, my hope of seeing one relies on it being above the horizon, so that what light there is in the sky will reveal it, as a silhouette. But at least it's better than nothing. If it's flying low, then it gets to be very, very difficult to see. Although the ground to our immediate right isn't as dark as it could be. It's not as dark as, for instance, Sapsucker Woods Pond. When the Canada geese come in there, it can be, as soon as they're below the tree line, they can be almost impossible to see sometimes, depending on where you're standing. Well, everybody, I think maybe we'll call it a day. I'm not seeing anything. It could be that it's just not looking in the right spot at the right time to see one in flight. Or it could be they're not here at all. So, like I say, maybe we should close up for the day. We're running out of light in a hurry. Kind of running out of birds to see. Although I hear a goose. And I still hear, hi goose, 2 geese. I still hear also horned larks. But I think we will close up. I want to thank you for joining me. Hope you've enjoyed the day. Hope you will have a very happy Easter, assuming you celebrate with me. Well, I should say as I do. And Enjoy the day tomorrow. Appreciate what it means. And we will see you all next time. Take care, everybody. Happy Easter. Bye-bye.